Alright. I think everything's working. So far, nothing's breaking. Cool. Okay, so, where we left off, we were, I believe, 12 months into Sabo's time skip. Uh, Novarius, we were 15 months into yours.
We're not 12 into mine yet. We're only about 8, I believe. Or 10.
Sorry,
Because I
no,
didn't take
Mia.
12 months
Mia,
researching.
Mia, it's 12. You, it's 9.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And Kevin looks like 4. I'm not seeing anything else spent.
Yeah, Kevin's was explicitly ambiguous. Which
Alright,
is fine.
let's get you up to date then, Kevin.
I mean, he's doing the same thing the whole time. It's
No, what I mean is, were you getting the group together for a conversation?
yes.
Alright. When would you like to do this?
Basically, I think Novaris is the only one currently away from the ship, right?
Yeah, he's in town
Or where did
at the
Nia
library.
I mean, we're all round about town unless Navarus is in a different town.
go? I think he's about an hour away.
Novarius, I believe, is an hour inland. Nia, on the other hand, does travel back and forth between the central town a bunch.
Okay.
Is okay.
Then it would be at some point within the next month, when she's already there, and I would go to get Nilvarius.
Alright. Novarius, would you come back to the ship for a conversation? Kevin has sent word to you that he wants everyone to meet up for a conversation.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
Alright. So, everyone meets on the ship. Sabo, do you partake? You're usually at the ship anyway, working on the actual components.
Well, yeah. I don't see why I would not.
Alright. You have gathered everyone on the ship, Kevin.
Okay. So once everyone's gathered, I make sure that everyone is, ready, and then I would say that I had something rather important that I wanted to talk to everyone about, and I needed input from everyone.
Leuven
So
wants to know if you're dying.
I'm not dying.
Are you planning on getting yourself killed?
Not
It's
actively.
always a yes.
No. So the news that I have to share with everyone is that Yesla has decided that she's going to be leaving.
You see a look of excitement on Leuven's face.
And she wants me to go with her.
And now there's a slight annoyance on his face. And you told her no, right?
No, I didn't. I haven't told her what I've decided yet, because I haven't decided yet.
Oh, well, I would like to first would need some time to think how I actually feel about the whole situation. There's only one thing I can say up front. Not but a month ago, Yesla had promised to be helping us after, asking for permission to recover her divine power. And apparently recovering a whole bunch more than she started with. Now she says she's leaving.
What's the reason why she actually wants to leave, and why exactly did you want to go with her, Kevin?
Oh, the reason why she wants to leave is because she doesn't feel like she has a place here, and her new divinity is not the same as it was, and she needs to take some time to rediscover what that is now.
I see. Um, hmm. Why I'm assuming this is the reason why you are torn about whether or not you're going to be leaving, apparently, is she wants you to go with her. Is that a good assumption?
That's a fair assumption.
Any particular reason why she needs you to go with her? Are you being compelled in some way that you need to go with her? Or are you going because you have some sort of feelings with her, or feelings between the both of you? Obviously, that's necessarily a dumb statement to make, seeing as how you seem to have formed some kind of relationship, anyways. But are you being compelled to do this? What exactly do you what exactly do you want from us to tell you? To give you our blessing that you're allowed to go, or what?
Well, no, for starters, no, I'm not being compelled to either stay or go.
I don't trust
But
her. I don't trust her with your life.
who was that, James?
Leuven.
And yet none of you have ever trusted her.
Well, that's not quite
She
true.
murdered me.
I trusted her right up until she murdered him.
I don't trust any deity of any kind, regardless of strength. She has showcased a general lack of control and restraint with using her power. That's the only thing I dislike about her. I don't dislike her as a person. She's likely nice, but she has consistently showcased.
I just think she's outright evil.
I wouldn't say that she's evil. Maybe confused or lost or unstable in some way, shape, or form. But I,
I vote we don't let Kevin go.
I'm not one to restrict movement. If this is something that you want to do, Kevin, it is you well within your right that you can choose to do what you want with your life. What I believe and what I feel are completely irrelevant to what you want to do. I think it might be unwise to go with her, but every decision that you make is gonna have some sort of effect. I I've left adventuring parties before myself, and I understand there's sometimes you feel the need to leave, that you need to follow something else. I wouldn't restrict your movement. Whatever you want to do, Kevin, it is your choice and your choice alone. I have no right to say whether or not you should come or go.
I disagree with that. You're about 6 years old. I don't trust your judgment. You have made poor decisions time and time again. I think this should be up to a group decision, not your own. When you come of age after experiencing this world a bit more, then I will trust in your judgment to make your own life-defining decisions. This is Leuven saying that.
Yeah, I figure.
Having thought on this a little, I can't 100% agree with Leuven, considering I myself am 6 years old.
By the way, we're like 11. We're
Well,
not 6.
even if we're 11, at least half of it was spent on a ship with no contact with any other people. Not exactly an amazing life experience.
It is more than half.
So, I have a question. What about the pact between the two of you? Is it over? Is Kevin no longer oathbound to you, Leuven?
Kevin will look at Leuven and go ahead and let him say how he wants.
He looks at you, Kevin. Yes, aren't you bound to me?
Yes. I did promise to give you my dedication.
Then it's settled then.
And in fact, moreover, I made a promise to myself that I would stay loyal to every one of my friends.
And
That includes her too. So, Nelvarius, you said that you would go with whatever I wanted, but what I want doesn't matter.
Well, clearly you're going to have to make a choice, Kevin, if you have to stay loyal to both Leuven and Yesla.
Kevin,
There doesn't seem to be a way you can do both.
what you want always matters. If anyone tells you otherwise, they are wrong. You
No,
always
you
have a
don't
choice.
understand, Nelvarius. What I want doesn't matter because I can't have what I want. No matter what happens from this point forward, I lose. No matter what happens now, I end up heartbroken. At this point in time, either I stay here and I lose Yesla, I lose the person that I love, and I lose the person that I trust above anyone else, or if I go with her, then I lose all of my friends and the only people that I have known in this world since the very day that I came to be in it.
Leuven leans
Okay.
forwards. I have an idea. Sabo,
One moment. Yes.
how difficult would it be for you to create a container that could contain Yesla?
I already have one.
No.
It's reusable? Perfect.
No.
What do you mean, no?
It won't let you.
Oh my god, Kevin.
Well,
Okay, so you
look.
won't let us take her by force. So I guess the only option is for you to suffer then. I don't see another way. Does anyone else?
You can always, if that's the case, you can always choose to try and convince her to actually stay. Yusla isn't here, and she's not providing what she thinks.
we
So
are.
if she has issues and she has misgivings, there's no reason that she shouldn't be able to speak her own mind on this. Because obviously she has the most effect on your decisions, Kevin, at this point.
Before we bring Yesla, can I please give another 5 cents? Yeah. Here's how I see it from my point of view. Okay. And I'm just going to be talking purely factual here, without taking my own or someone else's feelings in the equation. Okay. I understand that all the feelings are important as well, and that's probably what you're going to use to make your decision, Kevin. But let me just talk facts. Both you and Yesla owe your lives to Lubin. And frankly, while Kevin, you did start or repay it, I don't know. That's up to you to decide whether or not those two wishes are sufficient. Considering the difference in suffering that Leuven has taken on for you and the suffering you've taken on for him. Yesla has only repaid it by murdering someone who saved her. After which, Yesla owes her life to you and all of us once again, when we rescued her essentially from that containment. And then once again, when after Yesla promised us to lend her aid in exchange for restoring her divinity. And now,
I agree with Sabo. Her word means nothing.
and now, after all of that, and basically ignoring everything that we've done for her, she not only wants to leave, she is putting you, Kevin, in a position where you must give up something that's dear to you for an absolutely selfish reason. If she doesn't feel like she owes the rest of us anything and wants to leave, that's one question. But it seems to me that she doesn't feel like she owes you anything either. And she doesn't care about what your feelings are. And whether or not it's completely in her power to not leave. No one's chasing her away. No one's treating her unfairly on this ship. Everyone's making an effort to get past everything that's happened before. Everyone was making an effort to make her feel better about her divinity situation. Everyone's making an effort to help her through what she's going through. And, well, once again, she repays it by basically telling us all to fuck off and trying to take one of our companions from us. That doesn't
and
seem
it
like
needs
something a nice
repeating.
person would do.
She killed me.
So if you feel so strongly about her and you wish to go with her, well, I don't think any of us is going to stop you. However, well, I personally would be wary of what happens when she gets tired of you and betrays you, like she's betraying us over and over again. Now, when it comes to your personal feelings, I mean, I have no input. I think that you are a person, and I don't presume to have any power over your decision to stay or go. I'm even happy to advocate for whatever you choose to do.
I would like to
Even if I
counter
don't
that
agree
point.
with it.
When I first met all of you, I let you decide whatever you liked because I treated you like you were fully matured individuals. I have learned since that that is not entirely the case. Your maturity level might be that of a reasonable person from your world, but it's not one from this. You've come a long way in the time since. A long way. But you are not yet what I would consider adults. I am hesitant to let you out of my care until then.
You're awfully quiet, Flurry.
I mean, if he goes, I'm going with him.
I guess one of the parts that has made me consider this for as long as I have been is that throughout all of our more recent adventures, it has seemed that a lot of you consider me to be more of a burden than I am a friend.
You're not a burden. You're a dumbass, but not a burden.
We don't always agree. However, when you don't agree with something I want to do, I don't exactly throw a fit and leave the group.
Your oaths can be problematic, but you're still one of us.
Then I want to get a more direct answer from you guys. Do you want to keep me around? Do you want me to stay?
As I said before, I would think it would be better for you to stay. Going off with Yisla is not probably the best decision that you can make. But I'm also I echo a lot of what Luke.
I understand. I want to know what you want. Don't give me your logic, give me your feelings.
I want you to stay, despite my better judgment.
If you're asking what I feel, you coming or going isn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. I would prefer it if you stayed, but if you wanted to go, you can. I understand what Lubin said, and I also echo the decision or the belief that all of you are still learning, still immature, still have a lot to learn about this world. But then again, you don't gain experience unless you actively live it, for better or for worse. Can those bad decisions sometimes get you killed? Absolutely. Speaking from personal experience. But that's how you learn. You've died more than a few times, so you've accrued quite a bit of personal experience, I would say. Hopefully, if you do leave us, you put that to good use.
Sabo, you said it's against your better judgment, but why do you want me to stay?
Because you are my friend. Sabo said in a very defeated voice. And
Kevin's
as long
gonna
as
look
that,
aggressive.
as long as I don't consider it a complete suicide, I will do whatever I can to support you and save you from your adventures.
And the rest of you? James, what do the rest of them think?
T-Rain's a little upset that everyone's leaning towards Kevin staying.
Kevin's not good for business.
More like T-Rain gets a bigger cut if Kevin leaves.
Well, I think Tyrann's cut is capped, so it doesn't benefit from kicking many people out.
Well, it's not about kicking him out for it.
It's he gets the greater of shares,
Oh no,
either
it's
an
not
even
capped.
split or the
It's capped at
There's
the
a
bottom
capped
line.
minimum.
it's capped at the bottom level,
Yeah.
but not at the top.
Okay. I guess that's true if he kicks enough people.
That being said, Kevin's also the only one who got his goddamn name right. So how about we change this vote to kicking Fleury out?
No. Terrain, this isn't a vote to get rid of someone.
But it could be.
But it's not, and we're going to keep it that way.
Alright.
Because, see, if we start voting people off, you have to remember your name's on the list.
Oh, I'm keeping Sirain on the ship.
I feel like I'm the least likely person here to get voted out.
Understandable. Probably correct. But we're not kicking anyone out.
I mean, we could make it a game. I'm imagining Nia getting very excited.
Speaking of Nia, Naya's vote, if she gets one,
Naya gets a vote.
she does not want you to go with the false god.
Yeah, you should go with the fairy god.
Yes, she highly encourages that. It would be a great experience for you. You'd learn lots.
Something tells me Quark and I would not get along well. And I'm just going to go ahead and ignore the whole false god comment.
There is another option. I think Flurry had the right idea there. If Kevin goes, he can't really stop us from following. We have a flying ship. Well, at some point we'll have a flying ship.
That's true, but that is not something that I could ask of you all.
No, something we could do to annoy you if you decide to leave.
Kevin, if you go with her, it only makes it more difficult for you to leave once you decide to.
What do you mean?
Once you finally understand who she is and how she treats people, it becomes a lot easier to leave and break up with them.
You say that as if I don't know. As if I'm not the brunt of it.
Then why? Are you a masochist?
No. It's because it's I I won't speak for why she does what she does. But I know what I see.
What do you see then?
Someone in pain. Someone who has had basically their entire life ruined. Almost exclusively thanks to me.
Oh, did she tell you that?
No. No, that was my own conclusion.
And was she part of that process?
What do you mean?
Was she a part of you coming to this conclusion?
Only in the fact that the conclusion involves her.
I see. Well, I've said my piece.
Is that everyone then? I mean, Connor's obviously there, and Connor would obviously get a say.
Connor wants to abstain.
I would allow it, but I would ask him why.
Nothing he says makes us better or worse, and he hates that.
Fair enough. Then is that everyone, James?
Yep.
Well, then I guess that settles it. I'm staying. Now I've got to go figure out what I'm gonna tell her.
Alright.
And so, unless anyone had any final thoughts that they wanted to share, I would go find Yesla.
Alright. We find Gessler in town.
I would have told her what I was doing, so.
Yep, she's waiting.
Well, I've figured out my answer.
And are you ready to go?
No, I'm. I. I have to stay.
Alright then. So that's it?
I don't want it to be, but I think that's. Yeah. Do you know where you're gonna go?
Not yet.
Is there any way that I'll be able to see you again?
It's a big world.
Will you still be my goddess?
As long as your faith remains.
That part will never change.
Then you will always find strength there. She gives you a hug, Kevin.
I will hug her back. And hold on tight.
She then heads off to the hotel room to go grab her stuff.
Is there anything that she needs before she goes?
Not really. She was waiting longer so that she'd get to. Basically, she was holding off so that you'd end up going with her, but because of that. Well, because of the current situation, there's no real need to hold off.
Well, all right then.
Sabo, Luthen approaches you in private.
Okay. Yes, Leuven, what's
So, we wasted a very useful resource on her and she's betraying us.
I agree.
I think we should use the capture device on her.
Well, I don't think Kevin's gonna be very happy about that.
He doesn't have to find out.
I'd rather not find out eventually.
Alright.
Besides, we don't even know how to make use of her when she's inside there anyway.
I was prepared to
Well,
just put her in it and drop her to the bottom of the ocean.
being vengeful, I don't know if that's very helpful, but suppose if Kevin is ever in really big trouble, she's gonna come save him, so at least there's that.
Perhaps. Well, I thought I'd bring it up.
However, if you wish to stipulate that she owes a debt, I would agree with that. Probably still around here somewhere.
Getting her to actually agree to that and actually pay up, though, I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
Well, that's the only thing I needed to discuss with you. Alright. So, Kevin.
Yeah.
You see Yesla with her bag and she's walking over to you again.
Okay.
I suppose this is going to be goodbye.
Yeah. I'm sorry that it has to be.
I am too.
Kevin will pull her in for another hug.
She goes to stop you.
Okay.
And with that, she silently turns and leaves.
Kevin's just gonna stand there for a while.
Alright. So, Sabo.
Yep.
Actually, give me 2 minutes first. Alright, sorry about that. So, Sabo.
Mhm.
I believe just before the session I sent you the updated resources.
Yes.
That's for all 8 components. Usually, without the device to actually control the ship, you would need 8 different people managing each component individually, and there'd be a whole
Oh.
bunch of stuff to actually get everything to work. Like, there's a substantial number of other components that you would need to interface all of those together. But because of this device, it's like a CPU managing every other component on it. Actually, it's more accurate to say it's the motherboard and the CPU.
Right. Well, that's
So
absolutely amazing.
it by itself can manage all of the components without... It can basically autopilot. That being said, it does still require... there's still one executive decision that you've really got to make for the power source of the ship. You can either choose spell slots or key. I assume you're going to choose spell slots. I believe I gave you the core for spell slots, but I could exchange that for spirit sails if you would prefer that instead.
I don't think we really have the key.
I didn't think so either, but I just wanted to make sure you had that option.
Yeah. So it's gonna be spell slots. That's something we actually have.
Yes. Remember, you regain one of each resource per day, up to a maximum of half until you complete a long rest where you get all of them. So, bare minimum, it's just one spell slot. Well, it's not one spell slot per day, but there's a little fuel tank gauge so you guys can determine how much you want to actually expend for it. You'll be able to see the sheet when the ship's done.
Okay, so we'll be able to store up some fuel and batteries.
Yes.
Some spell slots and batteries, and yeah.
If you actually get proper batteries, you'll be able to even store more. At the moment, it can only store a small amount.
Okay. I mean, considering the amount of resources we're saving on all the circuitry, we might be able to start working on that quite soon. One question I have about what you sent me, you mentioned that some of the component can be chosen from which precious metal is made.
That's just for the reactor core. So that is for iridium, platinum, gold, and silver. I believe it can also do copper,
Yes.
but you don't want copper. Copper is actually more expensive to use than you get use out of it.
Well, so what would be iridium? I don't think we don't have enough anyway.
Yeah, it's got to be, like, I think, 500 pounds exactly of it.
Yeah, because we have like 100 pounds, but it could be upgraded later, I suppose. What is the difference between platinum and gold in terms of performance?
It's about 15%. Actually, no, it's exactly
So-
20%.
Will that be speed or?
It's basically 20. You'll be able to go 20% further on the same amount of fuel.
Okay. I mean, we can afford it, so platinum is 10 times gold, right?
Yes.
Keeps changing.
Yeah, it depends on the region for the most part, but here, this is a developed society, so yeah, it's exactly 10 times.
Okay, I mean, we can do platinum, we can afford it.
Alright. So, Sabo. When you're working on a day... Oh, sorry, when you're working on a ship one day, you're approached by this individual.
Look then.
Sorry, I'm stepping away. I'll be right back.
That's all good. They appear to be a wood elf.
Okay. Hello?
Hello. She's just softly smiling at you. My name is Lusnar.
Hi, Lasna. I'm Sabo.
It's nice to meet you, Sabo. I hear you're making a skyship.
I am. Where did you hear that? Does everybody know?
No. I believe this information is rather private.
Yeah,
I just
good to
happen
know.
to be fortunately in a position where I can hear such private things.
Very interesting position you have. How can I help someone so well informed?
I just wanted to meet the person making the ship. I was oh so
Okay.
young the last time I saw a ship that could fly in the sky.
How long ago was that?
The calendar does not allow.
Was it in your current incarnation?
Yes.
So how many years? How old are you?
She looks to be maybe in her 50s. Early 50s at that. It is difficult to put into years. The calendars change so quickly.
Approximately. Hundreds? Is it thousands? Tens of thousands?
I would guesstimate, bare minimum, tens of thousands.
Wow. Do you know why the ships stopped being made?
The Stellaris conflict.
And what is that?
She gestures her staff towards the sun.
Uh-huh.
There was a conflict fought among many races for control over the sun.
Control over the sun?
Yes,
Isn't it just a big ball of fire?
it's magic.
Oh,
Eventually, the
Oh.
material plane won.
so it was a conflict against the other planes?
Yes,
Sorry, I'm back.
And you, that was fascinating. Can you tell me more? So material plane won?
Yes.
What?
the elves and the humans won. The dwarves were a part of it, but they were not fighting. They were forging weapons back then. And the ships. The Stellaris conflict, it nearly destroyed this plane. And it did destroy several others. I'm not inclined to think that the invention of your Skydriver is... I don't think that's going to cause another Stellaris conflict, in case you're concerned about that. It's
no, I'm
just-
just.
Seeing one of these in the works again, it is eye-opening.
What happened with the technology? If the material plane won and got access to, I suppose, a whole buttload of magic, why stop making the ships?
The humans took control over the magic.
As in
They-
they betrayed their allies?
Well, in a way, yes. It was the descendants of the humans, as I've been told over and over again. We are not supposed to blame them for the actions of their ancestors and the promises that their ancestors made. But it's quite difficult to interact with such people. The humans, the descendants, I should say, they took control over this magic unilaterally, and they used it to create their Sky Islands. Unfortunately, their greatest mages died over time, and the skill and craft that they needed to actually produce the things, they were lost in endless conflict. When the cities fell, that was the end of that technology.
The elves and the dwarves, they truly still have it. The elves, I suppose, since you are still alive.
Yes, there are elves who still know how to make them. And I'm sure there's some dwarves out there, but the elves refuse to, because once we make one, a human will make it. And once humans have it again, we believe the cycle might repeat. I don't personally think
Oh.
that's the case.
So the ships are needed to take control of the sun, is what you're saying.
They're one of many steps in it. It will be time for your grandchildren to be of age before the technology is developed at your current rate.
Quite fascinating. Um, for what it's worth, I don't think this ship can be reproduced.
Why do you say that?
Even by the time my grandchildren are born.
What makes it difficult to reproduce?
Well,
Your people have reinvented Arcanum, as it's called, have you not?
Canum, yes.
Yes,
And
that is
it
the
is-
most difficult component to reproduce.
Perhaps the technology or the designs that I have made are way below those that were before, but the sheer cost of making this ship is staggering.
May I take a look at your blueprints?
I'll show the original ones.
Yes, this does have a long way to go. I'm by no means an expert in this. I haven't even seen designs like this in so long. But your method of achieving it is unique. Our methodologies differed quite dramatically to this. Interesting how the components could be so similar, but the end result so different.
I had nothing to go on but experimentation here.
Fascinating.
But knowing that this can be improved is very encouraging.
She hands you a map.
Thank you. What? Yeah, I'm gonna take a look.
There is one of the, well, I would call it remains, but it's less than that. It is a components laboratory. It's probably some sort of, what would the word be? Sorry, dungeon at this point. Sorry, Kit Kat just made to break out the door. It's probably some sort of dungeon at this point, but if the components are still there, that might help you along your way.
That's greatly appreciated. Um, um, hmm.
Do you know when you plan to set sail? I'd love to be here for that.
Do we know?
We don't have an estimate at this stage. We're still figuring out some of the finalizations.
Don't quite have the exact time. It perhaps if I can figure out a way to replace the iridium with something else, would have the resources to finish building it, even if it's less efficient in the end. In that case, we're looking at maybe a year or two.
That soon. Well, I'll be around still.
Well, that's saying that we can replace the iridium, which I know we can, but I'm not gonna. Above table, I'm not sure I want to tell her I'm using this device because I don't want people to know that there's a
I'll be cautious as well.
something even more precious than the pure gold cost of this thing.
Sure, it's more precious several times over.
Yeah. Not just times, magnitudes.
Yeah, exponentially more.
Well, if you will be around, I would love to hear more about the history sometimes, and sure my friend Nilvarius would also be interested in such stories.
Yes, I've
Could
heard that you've got
we-
an elf with you.
Could we meet with you sometime?
I would be willing.
Thank you.
She then leaves you be.
I'll tell Nalvaris she came by and the stories that she told, and suggest that we can sometime visit her for some stories.
Yeah, he definitely would be exceptionally interested, especially interacting with another elf, another intelligent elf. He would be quite interested, at the very least, interacting with them.
Nalvaris, you aren't tens of thousands of years old, are you?
I don't think so. My people reincarnate, but we only really maintain so many lifetimes of memory that we sort of keep when we incarnate. It's kind of hard to know at what point our lifespan actually, or I guess you could say our souls began inhabiting bodies. I couldn't tell you.
Well, that
Maybe my
elf.
soul has maybe my soul has transmitted that many times. I wouldn't be able to tell you though. I don't know when my first life was.
Yes, but she said that it is her current life is tens of thousands of years, not just reincarnations.
Oh, I've never lived that long stretch of a time. I think my longest stretch of time I lived for about 600 years before accident struck and took me down, but some people live that long. I've consistently it's always been consistent that I've adventured every single life, never really being happy staying in one place. I've never made it that far. It's incredible that she manages to live that she managed to live this long without actually even a small accident taking your life. It's quite incredible. It's an incredible achievement.
Huh. Well, I suppose after a certain amount of years, any elf should be strong enough to withstand most little accidents.
That is true. Adventuring when you're young and inexperienced is probably the most hazardous thing that you can do, but it's also one of the most enjoyable things you can do. I would argue.
Ah, I'm not arguing about your way of life. Just that you said that it's impressive she managed to go so far without a little accident. Surely after a couple of 100 years, little accidents are no longer fatal.
That is true, but I guess I guess I'm just not. I'm underappreciating the danger that usually comes with that. I've oftentimes found that whenever someone gains power, trouble always seems to find them. She is likely very powerful, being that old, but I imagine danger is also right around the corner, always for her. There's always something. There's always something that's capable of taking you out.
Well, quite the two extremes we have here. This lady who hasn't reincarnated for tens of thousands of years, and Kevin who averages one a year.
Hey, my average is like 1.5 right now. Once every 1.5 years.
Well done.
We'll get that kill death ratio up eventually, Kevin. We'll got it. We'll get there.
His kill death ratio is never going up. I think he's stuck at one kill permanently, and he regrets it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my kill death ratio is negative.
Yeah. But you got plenty of assists, don't worry.
Yeah, I imagine your assist is just off the fucking chart. I imagine.
Depends. Do we count an entire drow civilization as an assist?
No, you don't get those.
No, you don't. Yeah, you don't
I
get
hope
those.
not.
You
Okay. So regarding the costs, James, from what I understand, I have enough for everything.
I believe so. You've got all of the materials already.
Yeah, and for gold wise, it's going to be can I ask you to subtract everything from our material store? It would be nice to eventually be able to view the material store.
Yep,
You
I've
have
just
it in
been
a
using a
spreadsheet
spreadsheet.
anyway. Yeah, since you have a spreadsheet anyway. And then maybe we can make allow us to have a sheet where we can register materials to be used as well. But I can, if you share the sheet, I can maybe look into that at some point.
Alright.
So gold is minus. So I'm going for platinum. Can I get a 1-to-1 conversion rate?
Yep.
and with regards to treasure, maybe it would actually be something to bring up about getting the paintings and artwork appraised in town and see if you can actually like liquidate that into funds.
I think we have. They have been converted to gold already. That's the wrong number. I'll tell you what, we don't have to deal with that now because we know we have enough. So
I'm just
we
quickly
can
setting
take
something
that.
up on the ship.
Okay.
Sorry, just had to do that before I forgot about it. Okay. So. What is the plan now?
Well, I believe we need to time skip everyone to at least 15 months or however much Nolaris took.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he took just 1 year, 15 months.
All right. Sabo, what are you doing?
So at 9 months, I have the new ship design, and I am going to start putting it together.
All right.
Um, am I able to divert I guess we can deal with this offline, because I did ask in the downtime chat, but it got lost with the chalice stuff. So half my time.
Oh, actually, I do
Building?
have the number for that. Here you go.
Well, it's not super relevant right now. Unless it's going to be a big number, in which case. And so it's like 3 times more, or a bit more than 3 times more.
I believe it's over 3 times more than the current area.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you travel to the far off retirement city, which is the one by the capital, though that's like a month away by travel, it is about 3 times that again, so 9 times the original amount.
How far away is the close one?
That's only 3 days.
Oh. Well, in that case,
Leuven's kind of happy to handle the chalice stuff there if you'd like.
oh yeah, okay, that's that will be good. We can just have Leuven, so that I don't. But I can also set up some of my crafting in that city, or / research, for times when I don't have to be crafting the ship or directly on the ship. But yeah, okay. So me and Leuven can coordinate on that. Then, so half my time is going to be crafting. I don't know how long it's going to take to set all this up. I believe that by the 9 months that I have the designs, the frame of the ship should probably be ready.
Yep, the frame of the ship, and then it's 4 months for each component, and there's 8 components all up.
Okay.
So it'll be a total of a little under 3 years.
Well, I'll inform the elf as much.
She's happy to wait around for that. She's really just fine to take a small vacation here for the next decade or so.
I don't know if we really need to speed this up, per se, or how we can speed this up.
There's corners that you can cut, but really, there's not necessarily a need to cut them. What
No,
you're
I
trying
don't
to
really
do
want
is
to
quite
cut corners.
revolutionary.
It's more as in, okay, 3 years. I don't know if everybody here wants to wait for 3 years. At this point, we could have let Kevin go with Yesla for 3 years.
Yeah, but by then he'd probably have a child, and there's just so many issues then.
Okay. I suppose that I will Yeah, I will be looking to help with the gunpowder research, since the whole country is going to be working on it. I'll spend my second action helping on that because I want cannons on this ship.
All right. I'm going to need 7 research checks. Let's see, what is the applicable ones?
Also, what skill will we need to fly the ship?
You will need piloting law. Sailing law
Okay,
will
I
work
can-
as a 3rd skill, and survival as a 5th.
What's the second? Just
Sorry, no, vote. There's only 3 for it, but because it's on the chart, there's degrees of separation for the different types. There's nothing in between each one.
cool. I can use my my obsession for that for the time being, and I will maybe work on making it permanent, so I can use
Alright.
the obsession for something else. Of course, while I'm crafting it, I can use the obsession for some kind of
What is the
arcanum
ship
lore
going
if
to
it
be
helps.
called?
Well,
Historically, they are called Skyflyers, but you're inventing this, you can call it what you like.
got 3 years to think about it. Let me come back to you in 3 years in IRL.
Alright.
It's a joke, but yeah.
It will be called the Facebook. The Instagram.
No, I'm out of that. In 3 hours or 4 hours, I start a new job. That is not the fucking Facebook. Finally,
It is. It is the meta.
not even the meta.
Sorry, I saw the opportunity, I couldn't resist. Alright.
So what are we craft checking, or research checking?
Yep, so for the research. That's Nia's sheet. Where is yours? Just checking to see what the most applicable skill that you've got is.
Well, I have
Knowledge,
crafting. I have arcane.
knowledge alchemy would be really useful. Arcane is the closest one that you've got. Actually,
Not crafting then.
No, not crafting.
Well, I do use my specialization of investigator is alchemist, and it uses crafting for that.
Yeah, so that's for reproducing effects and experimentation. At the moment, they're trying to understand what the properties of this thing could be from.
Okay, I'll go for it. So, we're going for 7 months to finish this year, I suppose.
Yep.
Okay. I don't get anything because I'm keeping my negation on the ship. 38, 30, 44. Seven.
Alright, the nation's nearly a full 1% closer now.
With my efforts.
Yep. UNV, I believe there's 9 other labs working on it.
Just to get on the 1%.
No.
Or just
You're just almost 1%. It's like 0.8 something.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
But each individual thing adds up to the whole for it.
Yep. I guess I'm not that amazing with alchemy, with arcana.
Well, it's not that you're not good at it, it's just that there's so many people and this is such a difficult thing to figure out.
Yeah. And I didn't score any net 20s.
Yep. Alright, so that brings you up to date. Kevin, you're the last one.
Kevin's is very simple. He's spending half of his day assisting with ship stuff where he can, and spending the other half with Connor.
Alright.
Does Kevin's assisting help at all in the total time taken?
Not for research, but for construction. The help per help, it is, I think it's like a 5%. Oh no, 20, 15, 10, and 5. So it'd be 20%. But I've already got it listed that you've got 8 people assisting.
Okay, so
So that would be hired help.
Kevin, you're free to work on a project of your own, basically.
See, that's the thing. Kevin doesn't have any projects of his own, other than
You can-
his apprentice Connor. That's it.
You can help other people in the city.
Does Kevin want to develop a drinking problem?
That's a project.
You are a dwarf.
Not particularly.
But will he?
No, James, the only drinking problem Kevin has is when someone hands him a cup of liquid light.
There. Alright.
Does Kevin want to? Does Kevin seem depressed, hanging around the ship, not trying to find something to do?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to put together, after a month of that, I'm going to put together a little conference of the ship of my own and bring the matter of finding a goal in life for Kevin. So, hey guys, Kevin seems a bit bored, and I thought that we should all help Kevin find something he enjoys. Well, we're all kind of working on something here.
I have an idea. T-Rain stands up. Come with me, Kevin.
Okay. I'll follow Terrain.
Okay. Terrain is taking you to a brothel.
No.
Does Kevin just look at it and say no?
To
Yep.
be a client or to be or to work?
Are you sure, Kevin?
I'm sure.
There's good money to be made selling those dwarven buns of steel.
No.
Terrain looks slightly upset and defeatedly goes back to the ship with you.
I guess that means it didn't work out, whatever that was.
He took me to a brothel.
Oh, to work or to play.
Work.
Okay, so have you considered crafting? You're a dwarf, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, have you picked up a hammer and tried to craft stuff?
No. Usually when I pick up a hammer, I break stuff.
Well, you should pick it up and try and craft some stuff. It's in your blood.
Okay, but like craft what?
A shield so that you don't die.
I'm gonna just look at the mithril fortress shield that I have on me. What's
Like
what's
an
wrong with this?
exceptional quality.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you go through shields like I go through money.
I mean, not really. I don't ever really break my shield. I just lose it. You know, when I get like swallowed by a guardian of the gates of the hells or torn in half by a, greater demon.
Right. Half the time I'm not even sure if you're just making up the stories you tell me. He shakes his head, slightly concerned.
No, unfortunately, I'm not.
Well,
What about
I actually have an idea that is quite suited to your skill set, Kevin. If you would like to hear it,
What are your thoughts?
there are soldiers training in town every day. Some of them range in skill. Most of them are rather young. I think what would very much be up to your skill set is actually teaching new soldiers how to fight, how to protect themselves. I think that actually would fit best for you. I can take you back into town, and I can find you an actual right and appropriate job. That's something that's definitely fits up to your skill set. Teaching and passing on your knowledge onto others is one of the highest callings you can possibly have.
I could probably do that. I've trained some guards before.
We're gonna spend a lot of time in here. You're gonna have plenty of time to spend more than just casually educating others.
well, I was gonna suggest something quite similar, but you are very fond of your principles, Kevin. You could pass them on to more people than just Connor, or you could find ways to apply them in these cities, and not just when they conflict with something that Aslot want to do.
I could do that. I just kind of assumed you needed heavy lifting.
Oh, it was very helpful, especially when I needed all the wood. But with these people here arranging all the materials for me, there's not really much left to be done. It's a lot of fine blacksmithing and careful circuitry now for a couple of years, it seems. But it's very much appreciated that you were willing to help.
Well, then I guess I can go into town then.
All right.
At some point, I guess maybe close to the end of the year, during a tavern evening with the elf, I'd like to ask if they remember, or if she remembers anything about firearms being applied in history, like the cannons we have or the blunderbusses.
Funny you should mention it. The gnomes had a weapon called a rune arm.
What's that?
A runic arm. It is a weapon a bit like a crossbow that holds little discs of magic. Each one has a different spell, for lack of a better term. I wasn't too familiar with these. And by the time I really went out into the world, they were long since gone.
That sounds really cool. So, this kind of devices that just shoot giant balls of metal were not
No,
fashion.
didn't usually. Well, there was a time when you could use them to catapult an ammunition, but it wouldn't. That was not usually the way that they'd be used. You would load a spell into it, similar to, for example, Fireball.
Mhm.
Then it might have 10, 20 charges of that, and you would deploy them as necessary.
I see. That sounds somewhat similar to the technology I'm using to keep the ship afloat, storing up magic to release it as needed. So you reckon that these firearms is something completely new?
I'm not quite sure what a firearm is. Does
Well,
it spew
I show
fire?
her. No. I show a blunderbuss and the gunpowder and explain the general principle.
I see. So the magical interaction here takes this material and transmutes it into force directing this that way.
Yes, and it's, well, the
Nilvarius, you would
magic.
also be here for this conversation.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
This is the thing that
Alright.
that we're all trying to figure out right now. What is this magical interaction stored in this material? Because it doesn't seem.
It didn't cross me as it being magical. Magic doesn't set off with just a spark. If I had to guess, it's probably some sort of chemical reaction instead.
Well, it's not a spell
Starting
type of
elements.
magic, it's a magical interaction. A component interacting with the native magic in the environment.
You think that's the case? It seems more like there are elements on the table, on the periodic table, that are interacting with each other, causing some sort of explosive reaction.
Yes,
That was
magic.
my guess on it. I don't think so. I think it's more akin to like an alchemical reaction, not magical reaction. If I had to guess, when it goes off, I don't see any magical trigger. There's nothing magical about this substance.
A few years ago, we were able to replicate a purely alchemical solution, but it was about 10 times less potent, requiring a whole load of rare alchemical mixture to be loaded into the device to set it off.
Well, I would assume it's probably it's a matter of proportion, probably. You can't just throw everything together, just like when you make alloys. If you want to make an alloy, you need a very specific amount, like steel, for example. You need a very specific amount of iron in a ratio to carbon. Anything like that, that's how you make it. Same thing with bronze. It's a
Almost
very
like
specific
balancing
proportion.
a spell component. She gives you the side eye, Novarius.
There's similarities in that way, but I don't think it's magical in nature. That's my guess. If there was magical in nature, then I should be able to look at this powder and I should see magic coming off it. There's no magic coming off of it.
Well, that's not necessarily true. When you look at something, you see potent magic coming off of it. Once it crosses the threshold where it exceeds the ambient magic. There could be magic in it, it could just be so little that it is considered mundane. But that does not mean it's not magical.
Maybe. I'm skeptical of that. I've never come across the only time I've come across something that's that minute is a magic a magic circle in a ruin that hasn't been touched or seen by the light of day for thousands of years. It's the only time I've ever come across something that has that residual effect. It could be the case, but I'm skeptical of that as being the solution.
Well, whole nation's working on it right now, so welcome to join us.
I have spent a lot of time researching Algar, and that unfortunately holds my main attention at this point.
Of course, but I assume you wouldn't mind if I shared
You're
your
looking up
previous research.
Elgara?
Yeah, I've found out some really fascinating things. I'm still trying to figure out a way to triangulate an actual position for it, but I'm getting close. I need to spend some more time researching it, but I feel like I'm getting somewhat close.
It's a beautiful city.
Have you been there? Is it still, or as it's a place that obviously you lived in long ago?
I lived there for several centuries, nearly 4,000 years ago.
What was
Not
the
that
state of the
long.
city before you left?
Immaculate.
It's still around then.
I would assume so.
I've been trying to understand how exactly to get there.
Well, if you find out, please let me know.
You're not able to get back there yourself?
I've not tried to since the shifting.
What is she, like a sorcerer, a wizard?
You have no idea.
Druid? What exactly is she? If I may ask, what school of magic do you practice?
I'm a wizard.
You are a wizard. You haven't attempted to try and make it teleport back or perform a scrying to determine its location.
I have attempted scrying, but all that happened was I saw where well, where I adjust the location for it to have been. So proportionate to whatever is the centering point of the plane, I would imagine that it showed me there. Unfortunately, I don't have anything from that city anymore. I don't think I've had anything like that for a few thousand years now. As for trying to teleport there, I never tried to teleport blindly. And never without knowing how far away I am from something.
That's perfectly reasonable. I've been actually in the process over over the last century, trying to refine the actual technique for teleportation as well. Huh.
Would you say that your careful usage of teleportation is one of the key reasons why you managed to live for so long?
It would certainly play a factor. When you cast the spell, there's necessarily a 1 in, let's say, 10,000 chance that you spontaneously collide with a solid object.
And I suppose in tens of thousands of years, that's bound to happen at least once.
Yes. It used to be much safer in the time before, when there was anchoring stones and... Damn it, Kit Kat, sorry about that. When there was anchoring stones and teleportation sigils that you could just aim at. Those made it a lot safer, and a lot easier as well.
She speaks the truth. And before Magic left and I was injured by that, there was an emergency situation where me and my group had to do an emergency teleport. Unfortunately, where we ended up, I was the only one afflicted, and my arm was stuck in a wall. So it was an entire ordeal to actually have that arm regenerated. Blind teleporting is hazardous.
It's saddening to say, but even since magic's been restored, it's almost like it's weaker now than it was before.
Perhaps you can tell me more about Algara, and I need to reference something. Hold on.
While we were still on the subject, Nilvirus, you don't have anything against me sharing your prior research on the gunpowder?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't mind at all. After this last shifting, there was an ancient heavenly serpent that seemed to have been released into the world. It called itself Dustine. Are you familiar with these creatures? Apparently, they made a pact, and the pact was made in Elgara that they would not pass on any more knowledge, and they were specifically asking
The sacred
if there was
vow.
a pact made with them.
Yes.
What exactly? Can you tell me more about that?
Well, a long, long time ago, in the age, really, of elves, humans were infants in this world. Young, inexperienced. They hadn't yet understood that their collective intelligence and their collective life, lived life, is their power. So elves won out in terms of individual experience. Elves, we mostly stuck to our own lands. We did, however, back then, make a habit of trying to guide humans, guide dwarves. We tried to guide everyone, really. We stepped in where we're not sure that we should have. Played a hand in the development of races that are not our own. Jumping forward a substantial amount of time, there apparently was a conflict between the divine races and the infernal races, the devils, demons, the what are they called? The angels. Sorry, just looking up what this race is actually called. The angels, which are the... Oh, where is that? The Asai and... and the Archons. The Asai made a pact, a sacred vow, at the request of humans, to no longer interfere in the affairs of the material plane and the development of humans. They were the first race to ever do so. And not long after that, they were never seen again. My understanding is they left this world.
So the Asai are these heavenly serpents, yes?
Yes,
And their pact was with humans only.
yes. Well, the pact was formed with humans. It affected many other creatures as well. Though that be indirectly. By
So
limiting
yes,
their influence and
what-
abstaining, they no longer interfered with humans directly or indirectly by empowering gnomes and other such creatures.
Because when I tried asking Dustine for knowledge of the past, really just anything, she responded that that she refused to do so and that she made a pact. But I guess it sounds like I don't know why she would have an issue with an individual. Are these assigned not to be trusted? It sounds like if elves were, if our people were the ones responsible in all this, how come it wasn't a pact made with elves? I'm
Elves
confused
refused.
with it.
Refused what?
To give up their freedom. The freedom to make your choice individually as an elf is one that none of us are willing to sacrifice. I wouldn't.
The this dragon made it quite clear that the pact was made with some kind of joint council of the world.
Really?
And it can only be done
Yeah, that's
in that way. Otherwise, they cannot deal with only one group, as it would unfairly
That's not the
affect
stories
other
that I
groups.
heard growing up. But that was a long time ago.
that is what Dustine said. I'm assuming this sacred vow happened long before you were born. Then I'm assuming.
Yes, it did.
Hmm. Another reason to find my way back to Elgara. More to the story, it seems.
Although the fact that elves refuse to give up their individualism does seem to be aligned with this. These creatures uh, seem very
And
prescriptive with their advice.
You know, I wonder if there might have, when I was asking, there's a possibility maybe there was a little bit of bias. Me being an elf and being a race that would have refused to make that promise.
Well,
What
from my understanding,
promise?
most number of people, they were a very
And that
collective thinking, I would say race, but really they were more than just a single race. They were a very collective culture.
exactly my point that I was trying to make with the elves. It would make a lot of sense for individualists like elves to uh, bond together over this one single issue of staying individualists and make that pact.
Now that they're back in the world, though, that's very
Celestine
interesting.
said that they said they would continue to not intervene as long as this pact stays in place. They would not intervene. The only way they would break that pact if there was a new council that was formed to make that choice to break it. But I asked for more information, and she simply said if I want to understand more about this pact that was made, I'd have to venture into Algara where the pact was formed.
I see. So it was formed in Algara. The formation location was never mentioned in the tales I heard growing up.
I wonder that's either lost knowledge or specifically information that was censored.
Interesting nonetheless. But it would be good to know. So is this why you seek knowledge of where Algara is?
It is. For me, knowledge is important. I can understand how some people would construe that as there's power that can come from it, but power is just a byproduct of knowledge. I'm interested in simply knowing. Knowledge for knowledge's sake has been more of my mantra throughout my life.
Dangerous path, that
I
is.
found it is, but someone must. I have to do it. Who knows what you can uncover and what good you can actually do. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, there's a way to fix things that happen. Maybe there's a way to fix what's happened to the material plane. I have no idea. Who knows what exactly we can come across. But the point is that there has we have. I need to know. I'm just tormented by that. I need to know.
I imagine that being over your head is enough to drive someone mad. Given enough time, of course.
I missed the first part of what you said.
I imagine that sort of knowledge hanging over someone's head, the desire to learn such, is enough to drive someone mad if you're not given answers.
I suppose so. It's kind of what guides a lot of decisions that I make. Sometimes they're impulsive, like the acquisition of these eyes. It was a little bit impulsive. I won't lie.
Yes. Devil eyes. What was the pact for?
I'm sorry. Repeat that again.
She said devil eyes. What was the pact for?
I didn't make a pact. They were stolen using a wish.
Oh. Stealing from devils.
Not intentionally. Well, I guess it was technically intentionally. Just I wasn't exactly expecting the particular target to be what it was.
I see. That's very interesting.
Speaking of which, this elf does she has a true name over her head. Yes,
It's obscured.
it's obscured, like in a similar way to a lot of people in town. It's obscured,
No, it
or
just
she different. Like like it's being hidden, basically.
it's being hidden.
Okay. Part of my goal is that in the pursuit of knowledge means sometimes I may have to use more unorthodox methods. If it means interacting with outsiders or others who would intend to do me harm or others harm around me or impede progress, then the use of their true name may very well be required, which actually brings up a curious thing. How exactly how can you learn to actually obscure your name?
Well,
Do you know things about true name? About how to actually utilize it? Do you know about that art?
in the language of truth, she says, yes, I understand the power of true names. And the dangers.
And responding again also in the true speech as well, so that obviously he knows. Other than the obvious ones, what other dangers are there? What exactly have I gotten myself into? Before switching back to just common.
Well,
Does she switch back for Sabo's sake so he can follow the conversation,
yes.
or is she staying in? Okay.
The most important thing when it comes to true names. Protection.
As in protection of your name or understanding the protection of others?
Protecting your name.
Sorry, I didn't catch the part
Protecting
where
your name.
where at the beginning. No, what? No, I didn't catch her name. It's her actual name that she introduced her as. I missed that part at the beginning.
It is...
L something.
Lasna.
Lasna.
Losna?
Lusnar. Lusnar.
Lesnar?
Lus.
Lusnar. Cool. So how does one protect the true name then?
Sorry, I had to write that because I didn't actually know her name to actually call it, what to refer to as. Sorry, continue, James.
There is a magic item that you can create. You can take it... Well, you can take your true name and place it in the item. Mine is in a tome. Now, to anyone who opens up that tome or comes into contact with that item, they instantly know your true name. But no one is able to know it, discover it, unless they come into contact with it.
What if I were protected from scrying? I'm assuming that doesn't yield any protection for my true name being seen.
It limits the detection. It'll prevent magical detection. Well, not necessarily scrying particularly, but divination magic warding will protect people from searching it from other creatures that might know it, or from collective communication and knowledge. But they will still be able to predict it using more normal methods, for example, star dating, or discovering the cosmic events at the time.
Hey, Nalvarus, do you see my true name with those eyes?
Yeah, I know everyone's. on ship.
Fuck me.
I don't. To be honest, it's not something I would ever intend to use on anybody unless I absolutely was needed to. I would never use it on you in good judgment and bad judgment. Or what
Well,
am I
like,
trying to say? Sorry, forget that.
and
I would never use it maliciously, I should say.
I'm not worried about that. It's more like perhaps it would have been good to put it away in the box before anyone learned of it.
How exactly can I make one of these boxes, listener?
Well, when I was at the academy, it was one of the lessons. We made the box out of tree wood from the actual forest. It's not a necessarily complex thing. I'm just trying to remember the recipe. We needed the wood from the forest, blood from... blood from what? I believe it required
assuming
blood
these
from a
trees are-
unicorn. A creature of one, it might have been.
I'm assuming that these trees are specific and unique to what's growing around Elgara, yes?
We used them because it wasn't actually Elgara that I grew up in where we did this, but it could be almost any wood. We chose those trees because they were sacred.
She said, does interacting with the box or observing it, does that reveal the true name, or does it have to be opened?
Simply touching the box will reveal it to them.
Okay.
Opening the box will release it.
If I can attempt to recreate it, I don't require. If you tell me no, I understand. Is there any way I can simply look at the box and use some detect magic just to see if I can extrapolate what is used in its creation? I won't
I don't have the
even step
box.
far away from you. You don't have. Oh, because you don't actually have to have it on your person. You can actually store it in a secure place then.
Yes. Mine has
That'd be
been
kinda
safe
neat,
there for
actually.
nearly 8,000 years. Estimation, of course.
So
That'd
you've
be
moved
kind of
it around?
You can move them around, but I have not.
Just that you originally said, I guess, so you made it quite late in your life then.
I did not learn to study
Fair enough.
magic until nearly 2,000 years or so after I was... Sorry, nearly 12,000 years after I was born.
That'd be neat. Create a box, wrap it in dark steel, and put an enchantment on it to keep it from being scryed upon. Then finding some place to hide it. That'd be quite. He just sort of
Well,
looks off into like a random corner of the room.
once you figure out how to make one, I'm gonna want one for myself as well.
Of course, of course.
Your eyes are different. I've never seen a creature with eyes like that as they look at you, Sabo.
Oh, you haven't?
What type of gnome are you?
Not
He and his kin are
quite a
unique.
gnome. This, I believe, is a development of the last couple of 100 years or so. new people appearing in this world from a different world, I suppose.
Like a different plane, or
I think it's a bit further than that. A different sphere would be the right.
I see.
From what
Is
I
there a
There's
reason
understand,
that
the
you're here from another sphere, or
we don't know. We kind of appear in small groups and fully grown. Well, maybe not fully grown, but grown in small groups.
I see.
I've only met the group I appeared with and one other group who appeared a year later in the same location. But I've heard that this has been going on for some 100 years.
I've never heard of anything like that before.
as far as I've been able to observe, they're called Celestials. They pop up of really any general race, but the common occurrence is their eyes. I've seen several at this point, and they all have those kinds of eyes, and they all have unique properties. Like death for them is very different than it is for you and I.
I see. How interesting.
They don't seem to carry memories from their previous lives either, which
Really?
Well,
You would
you
know that
you
Nia and or Kevin would have told you that we gain those memories after we die.
after you die the first time.
Yeah, so anytime that you die,
Oh,
while you are regenerating, you can choose to view the memories of your past life. And how long
does it
you
all?
view those memories influences how long it takes for you to regenerate.
So do you get it back in individual? Do you get it back as like individual fragments, or in Nia's case, she gets it all back? She spent her entire time like doing that after her first regeneration.
Yeah, Nia did it the all-in-one go method.
Nia did
Kevin's got mostly fragments.
Nia did a short, condensed version of her life, and it took 8 months in real life. Well, not in real life.
Okay,
In Celestia.
I take back what I said, and I elaborate what was just revealed to the player about the specifics of their
I see.
unusualness.
No one remembers being selected for this or being taken for this.
From what we understand, well, one of us who viewed their whole life, they died a natural death.
I'm curious, is the natural death that they suffer through, is that the trigger, or some kind of trigger that brings them here? It doesn't happen at a random point, like you're sitting at
It
a
would
table
seem
eating and then
it
suddenly you're taken away, or you have to die for the transfer to actually take place.
well, it would seem that Kevin is from a different time in history, considering he's quite often confused by things Nia says about the past life. So I would assume that we didn't just get triggered at a single moment.
This Kevin is one of your allies. They're nearby, aren't they?
Yeah, they're around.
I have some questions I'd like to ask them.
He's probably the most interesting case out of these Celestials. He's died the most and seems to be disinterested with staying that way.
Would you like us to invite Kevin next time? Or would you like
Yes.
to
He's in
go
town
find him?
training others.
Oh,
He's in
he's in
town.
town?
He's training.
Yeah.
She stands up. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Kevin, we've sold you out.
No.
We talked to her long enough that apparently me and Sabo was like, yeah, she's trustworthy. We can share all sorts of bullshit with her.
Look, she already knows more than she should know. So at this point,
Yeah.
She follows you to wherever Kevin is.
you, Kevin.
Connor's on the
Look.
ground doing push-ups with Kevin on his back in full plate.
I think Kevin has learned from Yesla how to make others miserable.
Now, see where Kevin excels in strength, Connor does not. So Kevin's working on his weaknesses.
Oh, there's the dwarf in full plate who's having a very good time. That's Kevin.
She goes over to you, Kevin, and holds out her hand to shake yours. You feel fully restored.
What do you mean?
Well, any exhaustion you had from throughout the day fades away. Your slight dehydration goes away. Your hunger goes away. It's like you just woke up from an amazing rest.
Huh. That's odd.
You're a Celestial, aren't you?
Yeah.
You've died many times?
Yeah.
My name is Losano. Sorry,
Nice
Losna.
to meet you. I'm Kevin.
How many times have you died, Kevin?
8.
Does it hurt you to die?
Kevin will pause for a moment. Every single time.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. I don't regret any of my deaths.
Not even. Never mind.
Have you ever killed anyone before?
Unfortunately, I have.
Did that interfere in the process at all?
How do you mean?
But when you killed someone, did it make your regeneration change at all?
Not that I've been able to tell. Why?
I'm just interested.
No, I died once before I had ever taken someone's life, and then 7 times since.
And do you feel like there's an amount of times that you must die to make up for killing someone?
No, there's not really any way that I feel that I probably could make up for that.
Are you sure?
No, that's just how I feel from what I know.
Very interesting. What happens in regeneration? Do you see anyone? Do you interact with anyone?
I can actually tell you both perspectives, inside and outside, because I've seen it both ways. As far as from what you can view on the outside, it until the very moment of regeneration, however much time passes between death and regeneration, it's as though nothing happens
What does that mean?
until
The body looks quite dead.
the body is, by every account, dead. It decays as it normally would until that very final moment where regeneration occurs. I have a unique perspective that can tell you that regeneration typically seems to occur from the largest remaining chunk of you that's left.
That's slightly morbid.
Oh, yeah. For reference, by this point, I would have gotten off of Connor.
Yep.
But then, as far as the perspective of the person that dies and what they see through the regeneration, it's like watching from an outside perspective all of the events of the life I had before this one. Little fragments and pieces of it at a time. Some, you know, just kind of passing by, and you can kind of like choose to focus on one or watch them in series, or if you choose not to view them at all, you can just prompt your regeneration immediately. It
Is it scary to
see
regenerate? Is there any fear involved?
uh James, I don't think there is any inherently, right?
No, it's more euphoria than anything else.
No,
It's for
so
like for a moment you don't physically feel anything.
so like during the regeneration, there's not really any feeling at all. But having known what I do and died as many times as I have, there's always a little bit of fear with me. Uh, for two reasons. From what I'm told, uh, Celestials can only come back so many times, and it's hard for us to know which time will be the last. And when regeneration occurs, it's actually damaging to the area around where you regenerate. So, unless you regenerate immediately and know that it is safe for those who may have been around you when you died, there's always that little bit of concern that someone might get hurt because of it.
I see. And do all Celestials view it that way? Is there some sort of collective consciousness? Or not necessarily collective consciousness, but collective empathy that you're innately created with?
Not that I can tell. I think things might be different if there was some kind of natural empathy, because from the stories we've heard, uh, the, the Celestials that have come before us have caused a lot of harm to this world.
Not that I've heard, but interesting.
When we were first discovering who we are, I believe we found a book that had information about who Celestials are, and it labeled them as dangerous and evil as a collective.
And do you feel that does not represent you?
No, I think there are certainly some of us that have been and are, but I don't think that represents all of us.
When you regenerate, do you feel like you're the same person before and after?
Almost. There's always little differences. The act of regeneration seems to take something away from me every time.
I see. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome.
What's the name of your apprentice here?
This is Connor.
Interesting. How long has Connor been your apprentice?
Oh, what's it been? 3 or 4 years now, James?
Yep. Nearly 3.
Almost 3 years now.
I see. So that means he has what, only 20 or so years left to live?
No. No, I should suspect he has, so long as nothing unfortunate happens, at least 60 years remaining.
Oh, I see. That's still an insignificant amount of time. I find it so difficult to imagine what it's like to only live for such a short amount of time. How much you must hate to have been born like that. Cursed with decaying faster than most trees.
I mean, to be fair, sometimes some of my lives have been less than a minute. He's got me beat by a long shot.
Interesting.
I mean, he's older than I am right now.
Really?
Yeah, he'll be turning 19 soon, and I'm only 11.
Really?
Yeah.
That must be, I'd say horrifying, but really 11 years old. I could not imagine that. How fascinating.
It's difficult for me to imagine, and the difference between me and you is astronomical. At what point did you actually lose track?
I stopped really counting when the third or fourth civilization with their brand new calendar came out. Or Lintix calendar. None of you have ever heard of that before.
So what you're saying after a couple of millennia, you lost count. Sounds reasonable though.
Is there anything else that any of you want to speak to me about today?
I have more questions about true speech, but none other than that. I don't really have anything else. Not sure if there's anything that would interest others.
We have plenty of time ahead of us. So I think I'd rather process what we already had today for now.
Alright. Now, the 1 year mark. So on the 1 year and 4 day mark, there is a flickering green light all over the place.
What do you mean by all over the place? Just like in the sky, or
In the
just like in the
in the
air
sky, and then it flickers around each of you. It pauses on you,
Is it in the sky,
Sabo, and you see a ring just floating in front of you. The ring has 9 gemstone slots, but only one of them has a gem in it.
I tilts my head.
You have been identified as a potential candidate for the King's Game.
For the what?
Would you like to participate and have the opportunity to become High King?
Okay, I'm listening. Does this have a chance to get me killed?
Yes.
Don't really want to get killed.
Okay, so the King's Game. Sorry, I just had to look up what it even is. The Elders have opened Pandora's box, which has released these rings into the world. Each ring is seeking out those who meet the criteria to be a candidate. Each ring is assigned its own unique criteria. One such ring has chosen you. In a time between 1 month and 5 months, the ring will teleport you and up to 9 individuals that you have selected to the grounds of which the competition is being held. It is likely that you and all 9 individuals who follow you will die, as there can only be one surviving party for the King's Game. This will provide you the most optimal outcome. Now, it is possible that you might assimilate other teams, which is within the bounds of the rules, but your group can only have a maximum number of 10, including it's just miswritten here. 10 including you, 9 other people. This would make you the High King of Humanity.
The High King of Humanity. Probably will make me the dead king of nothing.
There are a series of trials that you must partake in. These trials test your abilities as king. There is likely to be conflict between you and the other participants. Do you choose to accept, request more information, or reject?
More information, please.
What areas would you like me to elaborate on?
How are other contestants chosen?
Contestants are chosen based on several criteria. Each ring has its own designated criteria. No contestant can be selected if they are over 40 years of age. No contestant can be selected if they have over 40 years of life experience.
Ah. Can they bring in their party people with over 40 years of age or 40 years of life experience?
Yes.
Is there anything stopping someone from bringing experienced murderers and just killing everyone?
While you are wearing this ring, you will be immortal. Your
And
death
the
is only
friends that I-
possible from it being removed.
But you said there's a high possibility of death.
Correct. It is almost certain that the ring will be removed from your finger.
What about the other participants? Are they protected in any way?
No, they are your responsibility to protect.
How long do we have to give an answer?
I will move on to selecting the next candidate within 1 hour.
Is there anyone of my group nearby?
Your group is selected by you.
No, but I'm asking you as a DM.
Ah, Yes. You're within town, so anyone who's currently in town would be able to see. Kevin's in town. Novarius would be in the inner town, which is over an hour away.
Okay. Okay. If I accept, can I change my mind and leave without getting killed?
If you accept, then you remove the ring and drop it. You will be withdrawn. If you, however, are wearing the ring at the time of the teleportation, you will be forced to participate until such time as you remove the ring and withdraw from the competition or have it removed from you.
If I remove the ring and withdraw, do I die?
No. Death is not a certainty.
Is there a way to safely leave the competition?
By leaving the
if you
bounds of the
decide to
area.
withdraw? So if I accept, I will be able to simply take off the ring, drop it, and I will be withdrawn, and nothing. I will have no negative consequences.
Other than the fact that your name will be known as a person who has participated in this event.
For my name to be known as someone who has participated in the event?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. What are the criteria by which you have chosen me?
Which ring was this? 73. What was 73? Sorry, it just takes ages because each ring has its own image and this doc just takes ages to load. 73. Oblige.
What?
You were selected because you are bound to do.
What does that mean?
You morally bind yourself or legally bind yourself to do something. In this case, it's more of a legal sense or contractual sense.
I'm scratching my head. What exactly did I bind myself to do?
You've not bound yourself to do anything.
So why would the string choose me?
That is a fantastic question to ask it.
I don't believe I have bound myself to anything. Why did you choose me?
You represent the inverse.
But why did you choose the inverse rather than...
Question is confusing. Please elaborate.
Is there no one in this world more fitting to represent the inverse of a contractual agreement?
There are plenty more worthy and capable.
Why did you choose me?
You were the first person I came across.
So you're saying I just got lucky? Or
Accurate.
unlucky? What criteria do other rings choose by?
Unable to quantify.
You don't know any?
Unable to quantify.
Okay, out of character. This sounds like an extremely stupid thing, because if any other ring selects people who are skilled in some certain way, they're gonna select. Yeah, I don't know. How many total contestants will be in this games?
Each ring is capable of selecting one person. From there,
How many
that
rings are
person
there?
can pick up to 9. Unknown. The quantity of people is determined on the error. The error determines the criteria.
The error?
Yes.
What is the error?
The current error is considered the error of planar. Planar. What is that called? The error of one plane.
Uh-huh. What are the responsibilities of this High King of humanity?
To unify and protect all mortal kind. In times of risk, danger, such as are the falling out events from this planar incursion.
And what powers does this High King gain in order to achieve its responsibilities?
The High King's crown.
Is that some kind of relic?
Correct.
What does the High King's crown do?
It turns commands into fact.
Quite fascinating. I don't think I. So it will pick people less than 40 years of age with less than 40 years of life experience, who will then have to assemble a team. And then that team will get to use, well, the winning team will get to use the High King's crown to fix everything. Of
Correct.
sorts.
You are the 340th person I have attempted to convince. Not attempted to convince, offered the opportunity to.
In no particular order, just the first 340 people you came across who fit.
Correct.
Out of character opinions. Elvirus and Kevin, do you want to participate in this?
No. Varus is not interested in that fucking nonsense.
I mean, you'd be able to fix reality.
The information is just it's too fucking vague. No. If it was able to provide more information, then maybe, but I doubt it.
The part that concerns Kevin is when the thing specified that the crown will turn commands into fact. That seems like a lot of really dangerous power to give to anyone at all.
Well, somebody is going to get that power.
Yeah.
So it's not like you can prevent everyone from getting it.
No.
The only way you can prevent everyone from getting it is if somehow you are close enough to the person who gets it, and then you can convince them to not do anything with it.
Yes. Kevin, with his -1 charisma, will convince someone of something.
I mean, basically my thinking is that the only reason I don't want to say no is because it seems like a really cool thing to do.
Oh yeah, add a character. Add a character it sounds like fun as fuck, but it as the character as Navarius. No, thank you. But in character, that sounds fucking. Or add a character that sounds fun. Sounds chaotic as hell.
Considering that we are Celestials, we probably are not going to full die. Where is this contest held?
Unknown. Contest location will be held at a center point between all participants.
Will it be on this plane?
Yes.
How big is the area of the contest?
Unknown.
It will definitely be able to walk out of the area. Be possible.
Walking out is only possible through intentional means to attempt so. To attempt such. It is unlikely that you could do it on accident.
And when will this start? When did you say?
Between 1 month and 5 months from now. Selection process began 14, 18, 20 months ago.
I'm gonna say no. Sorry, but if there's people who've had 20 months to assemble a team, I'm not jumping into it with only 1 month.
The green light glows yellow and then flies off to the next person. It stops twice more in this town before leaving.
Okay.
Well, if it was anything, it was interesting.
I will tell everyone what happened and why I said no in the end.
That seems fair.
Good choice.
Leuven agrees that was the right call.
I was thinking that, well, if there was time and we could have went around, collected some allies, maybe recalled Yesla or something. But with other people having the opportunity to do such and us not, it's not really a risk worth taking.
Leuven brings up the fact that he's a bit shocked that a competition that is so unfair in such a way would be allowed to exist, especially for such acclaimed, for something that it's claiming to be able to do. It seems a bit silly to him.
Is this Vulpus's creation, by the way?
That would be funny.
Well, yeah. But I guess unless we get another one of these coming along in the next couple of months, that's... The weird thing it says is it chose me because of my claim to contractual obligations, which I have absolutely none of. And then it didn't stop at Kevin, who lives by his oath.
Do you bring that up to Kevin?
Yeah.
Well, what did you say the requirements were again?
Well, this one said that it's something to do with contractual or promised obligations and such, and that it chose me because I'm the opposite.
Did you mention anything about the age requirements and the life experience requirement?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I wasn't.
You have more life experience?
I mean, I would assume that it counts my past life.
Because you have memory of it?
Probably.
Maybe it does. Oh well. Guess we carry on. I would have also maybe said yes if we were not just about to make a fucking amazing flying ship.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, that's fair. I'm not sure I would have said yes, period, to this.
If we were not like just went through this crazy ass ritual, made a lot of money, found a fucking amazing like ancient technology tablet, were working on a thick ass ship, if we were stuck fucking in a town with the old ship and no way forward, maybe if we say that. Maybe I say yes. But yeah. Are we all caught up to 1 year time skip now?
Yep.
We can get skipping.
So, because I was going to talk to Lesnar afterwards, asking about any other stuff about true name stuff, like anything else he needs to like worry about, things he needs to look into, stuff like that, and also asking why there's some people in town that have blurred out names.
If
To recall, you said something like 20 or 30% of the people in town have blurred out names.
Yes.
I think it was like
That's
1
right.
in 10.
Something like that. Should I ask her about that as well?
Yep. Those people don't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Huh, it's an unusual defense.
They
Is
don't
there anything
matter
else?
enough to have a true name.
Yeah. Is there anything else I should know, Lesnar, that I need to be prepared for? The kind of danger that I put myself in, besides the needing to make a box to contain my name?
Well, when you speak true name and try to give fact to something, if what you try to do is so far outside of your bounds of ability, it could destroy you.
Oh. Am I aware of when I speak the words? Or is this just sort of a nasty after effect after I've spoken them?
It's not necessarily something that you'll be aware of beforehand. When you go from using magic to using true names, it's still magic, but you've taken off all of the guardrails. You've made it far more efficient because you've removed those guardrails, so spells will no longer simply malfunction and not happen. They will attempt to happen, and then, worst comes to worst, it completely blows up in your face.
Okay, I understand.
When you wield both all of the magic necessary to wield it effectively, and you have the power to elegantly speak true names, you are almost unstoppable.
Anything you suggest I should do to prepare myself for this?
Technical speech and ability. Learn how to say things in the simplest way possible.
So the exact opposite of making a wish. Being precise but simple.
Yes.
Don't you want both, precise and simple?
Well, precision should never come at the cost of simple. When you say ball of fire ignite, you want to specify where. Ball of fire ignite on him instead of 30 feet where I'm pointing.
Okay. Yes, you're gonna have a lot of experimentation to do, Nularius, once you've mastered
So
it.
I can only see other beings' names. I understand there's probably another skill. Is there any way to cultivate a skill to actually see or the true names for objects? Or is that also another boon in and of itself?
Well, you hear her say, brick 12th down, 4th across, come to my hand. And you see the brick fly out of the wall and strike her in the hand, shattering against her skin. All objects usually can be controlled via description. If an object has importance enough to merit a true name, it becomes a bit more complicated, but that will only give you more precise control over it. I would imagine that there'd be similar abilities to those eyes for it. But I was able to control that brick without even being able to see true names.
I see. He looks down. He looks down. He looks. He looks down at like around for just a random like pebble or like small rock. Rock. Fly into the air 30 feet and fall back down again.
You see a rock that is different. So this consumes a first level spell slot, and a rock different to the one that you're looking at floats up 30 feet and then falls back down.
Huh. Did I need? Because I wasn't. That wasn't the rock I was specifically looking at. What?
You didn't specify what rock you want to.
I assumed that it would have, that it would have been sufficient for me to simply look at a specific rock. And state
You're not the one
state
designating it. You are commanding, and reality is accepting. It has no idea what's going on inside of your head, what your intentions are. If I tell a fire to ignite, it could ignite in my palm, it could ignite over there, it could ignite this entire town.
That's the reason why you specified what brick that you'd actually draw from.
Yes.
I see.
It used me as a frame of reference, and then circled out from there to the first brick that met that criteria.
I understand. When you use it, does it also expend magic from you? Because I felt some of the magic expend.
Yes,
to do that.
The larger the objective, the more magic it will consume.
And again, I'm assuming over time, if I practice with it, I can get an understanding about how much.
You'll be able to guesstimate over time. It will come quite naturally to you.
Thank you for the advice. I very much appreciate it. I'll be sure to practice this over the next couple of weeks or so, or months even. Although I imagine this is a skill that takes years to master.
It is a very useful skill, but a very specific skill. Should never be used carelessly, because when you get careless with it, things can go wrong and you can destroy yourself.
Of course.
I have lost many apprentices to it. It is why spellcasting was invented, to add guardrails to such power.
Well, thank you again, Lesnar. I think we probably need a little, as Sabo said, probably a little time to digest everything that's talked about throughout the day. If you don't mind, I also have some interesting thoughts about how planes work. I had an entire paper that I wrote about planar mechanics, although some of it may not really be working in the same way now because of what's happened, but I would be interested in your insights.
Very well, I'm willing to read it, though I'm no planar expert. In fact, I've only been off this plane a handful of times.
But still, whatever insights you have, I'd appreciate your input.
She'll spend a couple hours one day going over your notes.
I give her a copy if she's interested in reading the ridiculous nature of like his papers, like his thesis and effective like dissertation, the practical tome that it basically is from a couple centuries worth of research. She really wanted to read that.
In red ink, she's circled and crossed out a whole bunch of things on the paper. You see that her
Obviously,
notes and concepts are substantially outdated compared to modern practices.
I imagine there's plenty of like good, like fruitful conversations about comparing and contrasting over the next few days or weeks or whatnot. But other than that, I don't have anything. I don't have anything else of interest to bring up.
All right, Sabo.
That's me.
What would you like to be doing?
I'm carrying on. I don't see a big reason to shift away from helping with the firearms research. So seems, but I will, as discussed, I will share the previous research that was done uh, on the alternative to gunpowder across the nation. And yeah, if there's anything that I managed to glean from the self lady to help with the research, I'll also share that around.
She thinks
I
it might
guess I
be
have
fox
one other
dust.
thing. Sorry, fox dust.
What's a fox dust?
It grows on a plant in the Feywild. Foxes love it. They
Do the
basically
foxes
get high off of
explode?
it. Not necessarily, but it does allow the foxes. What is it called? Basically, the foxes get high off of it, then they vomit, and the vomit can explode.
Okay then. Well, I don't know how helpful that is, but I'll stick to this. And I guess you want me to make 12 rolls for it? Should we go do a year?
12. It'd be 15 rolls for a year, or you could just make one, and that would be applied to the whole year.
Let's do that, and then it may be our inspiration. Ooh,
All right.
see. Uh, am I able to use like a tool for this to buff it, like an alchemy tool or something?
I could use an alchemy laboratory. Yes.
Would that still be Arcana?
Yes.
Okay. Safe to say we have a +3 arcane alchemy lab on the ship.
I
Something.
believe.
How expensive is one to make?
No, the ship has one. I'm just not sure what tier it is.
Well, I can craft +3 stuff reliably, essentially.
All right, then yeah, you'd be able to upgrade it to +3.
Okay. All right, so this will be with a +3. I'm not gonna add the +3 here. Okay, I will advantage this. Not much better.
No, not much better at all.
Can I still +5
that.
it, or is...
Yep, you can +5. Sorry, someone +5ing it?
Can one of us spend inspiration to make him reroll again? Spend 2 inspirations to make him reroll, or is
Yep.
it higher than that?
Can.
All right, I'll go ahead and spend 2. So go ahead and reroll again.
Do I get to reroll with advantage, or do get?
Just
oh,
one
no,
roll.
just get to reroll 1 dice. Okay.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, we're down to 30. Oh no, I could reroll the lower one. It's fine. We're still at 34. It's fine.
I'm feeling generous. I can give him 3 to reroll, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Do it, Saba. I'll spend 3. Go ahead.
You're quite crazy. Wow.
Finally a 10.
It's
And
Still
then I'll
below
plus,
average.
and then I'll +5 it.
Oh, 43.
43. Alright. Now research is coming along.
I have something for downtime.
What would you like to do?
I was gonna attempt to do ascending to the Lajin and make the 4th wish, or attempt to anyway.
Alright.
So I would like a wish audit, you guys first.
Okay.
I wish for the power of flight, as though the flight spell is constantly active on me that I can control with no effort.
That just leaves it open to dispelling.
Uh,
Eh,
well, instead
But,
it's constantly active.
well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I
how
don't
does
find
how does
problem with the wording. The wording seems fine.
Yeah, it's just
I'm
might
just
put a permanent flight spell that can still be dispelled because
yeah.
But-
it might be a fly spell with an infinite duration until dispelled. That would be the simple way of doing that.
it depends
Should
if
I
that's
swap
the
out?
simple way or if
Can I
something else is a
swap out?
simple way.
What if I swapped out constantly for permanently?
Don't know. Not necessarily helpful.
I think permanently would be more certain, but it
don't
might
think
also
there's a
make the
difference.
wish fail.
I don't think there's a difference. Permanent doesn't mean that it's unconditionally permanent.
What if I
Correct.
add in that and cannot be dispelled?
Then you might get an item if it can find one.
Yeah.
That works perfectly because it's exactly adding those 3 words makes it exactly 25 words. All right. I'll go ahead and cast the sending to Dofkin Karhara.
Alright.
Because it's ascending, she knows that it's from me. And I say, I wish for the power of flight, as though the flight spell is permanently active on me that I can control with no effort that cannot be dispelled.
What level is sending in Pathfinder?
It's like 3rd, I think, or maybe it's 4th.
I believe sending is third.
Okay,
Let
I
me
can
find
cast
out
it
right
too
now.
then.
See, I can double check because I have it on my spell list. It's always prepared. Sending is a 5th level spell.
Yeah, so that's why I can't cast it yet. I thought it was a 5th level. Next level I can do the sending as well. If the Jinn is still alive and if the Jinn is sendingable. Which I'm not sure it is.
Remember, she can't actually reply. She can't actually reply back with 25 words.
Yeah, if she can get it.
Yeah. I mean, if it fails, it fails. You know, she's not able to for
Yeah,
whatever reason. She's not able to. Couldn't hurt.
yeah, of course.
Alright, Nilvarius, for the next 100 hours you have flight, as per the fly spell.
I thought I said, but I thought I said permanent. It's only up for 100 hours.
I wish for the power of flight, as though the fly spell is constantly active on me, that I can control with no effort and that cannot be dispelled.
Except
said permanently.
constantly
I
with permanently. Those two
I
words.
said permanently.
With permanently, let's see how that changes it.
Honestly, in retrospect, I should have probably made the fourth wish I wish for any wishes I make to be as I imagine them, and then the fifth wish being flight, but or something else.
The difficult part for the wish is it wants to create it as per the fly spell. So it's trying to replicate a spell effect. Which means...
Which I figured
and because it's being applied to... But the fly spell constantly active on you, not being granted to you by an item.
That makes sense.
And because it's coming from you, and it's permanently on you, it can't be an item because that's not permanently on you.
Okay.
Which makes it difficult for it to be a spell that doesn't have a duration, because the magic for the spell will eventually run out. And because it's constantly active, it's not really something that it can give you like 100 hours of flight that you can turn on and off as you need it. And because it's a third level spell, it can give you about 120 hours worth of it for a 10th level power effect. It would have to give you the spell for as long as it could before the magic would dissipate. So you would have 120 hours of the flight spell applied to you. Does the breakdown of how that worked out make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. Honestly, it probably would have made more sense for me to try and, get a magic item that has that effect. Okay, it makes sense. Oh well. Go ahead and continue. I enjoyed that for as long as I have it, I guess.
Nilvaris is just zooming around. Alright.
Too bad is there any way that I had basically have a total of 120 hours, but I can basically use them in like 10-minute increments, like this on like the actual fly spell itself? Like every single time I activate it, I use 10 minutes worth of time.
Well, it's not the wish
Well,
that you made.
that would have been
That's
possible, but
true.
because it says permanently active, it's not something that can be toggled off.
Okay. That's why I figured maybe it's that I can control, but I guess. Okay. I gotcha.
Alright. So, where was I? There. Nilvarius, you're still researching the city?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you make me the research check? Do you want to make it weekly, monthly, or yearly? I recommend yearly. It makes
Let's-
inspiration burning on it more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll go and do yearly then.
That saves us some time. Oh, well done.
That's a roll. I'll go ahead and +5 it just for safe
What do you
measure.
get?
41.
41, so a total of 46.
All right.
It was a natural 18.
That's a success. Success with 1
Full
month
success.
one full success with 1 month remaining.
Okay.
So
You have
I should just
narrowed
go-
down Eldara's location to 3 potential points.
okay.
Question.
Should I?
Does this consider the shiftings, though?
Yes.
Interesting.
Before he narrowed it down before the shifting, and now he's narrowed it down after the shifting to 1 of 3 potential locations, based on averages for
could
how
he-
things were moved through the shifting.
But there's enough information to know how things were moved in the shiftings?
Given enough time with enough math, yes. If
So
you
now
take
the
a
virus-
large enough area, let's say 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers, and see how things were displaced throughout it, you can average that out across the world. You probably need a
see.
few of
So-
those areas to create the mathematical probabilities for it.
So
Okay.
sorry, as an extra side effect of this, am I able to use the knowledge I'm gaining to like extrapolate this movement to actually apply to other locations?
You may be able to, yes, if you know the relative point between this place, like where you currently are, and where the place you want to go to was beforehand.
Okay.
It gives you basically 3 potential locations for where it is now.
Okay. So
So
what?
you said I had another month. I had another month that I can continue
Yep.
researching. Okay, I'll do it again then.
You want to keep researching the city?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll go on and +5 that one as well for a total of 41 on that last roll.
All right. Where are you researching it? Just gotta set the thing up.
I'm sorry?
Where are you researching for? So, what's the research
City.
question?
Oh, I thought if I can narrow it down even further, or it just has the 3 relative locations now. I guess I'm at the end of this about this research segment with the city.
There's not really a way to narrow it down even further without traveling there and ruling it out. Just because there's roughly a 33% chance that it's at each of those locations. There's also like a 1%
Okay.
chance that it's not at any of them, but that's unlikely.
All right, then I'll go ahead and withdraw that. I misunderstood. I thought you said there was 1 more month I could do of research.
Of research on
you-
anything you want.
So you've got
Yeah,
1 month that you can do
nothing
whatever you
else.
want because it only took 14 months to finish it.
Um,
Come join us on the gunpowder. The gunpowder.
so obviously he's super excited about his findings, and he goes and finds Lesnar to actually like report like it's finding he's actually discovered.
That's great. Do let me know which one you actually end up finding it at. Do you know how to send mail?
Other than a simple sending spell. I don't have anything else. I don't have a ritual for
Sending.
actually to teleport items. Sending a simple message of 25 words.
Well, I suppose that our friend here means that you can probably use true speech to send a letter worded correctly.
Well, she said you know how to send mail. What do you mean?
I had not heard of a sending spell before.
I can teach it to you if you'd like. It's a relatively simple spell.
I would like that.
He exchanges the spell with her.
You notice that her spell book contains spells that cannot function anymore.
He does that. He asks about them.
This has been my spell book since I was very young. It contains several thousand spells, the majority of which no longer work.
That is would be kind of interesting, honestly. Always be in the constant state of learning something new, adding new spells as old ones no longer function. I can share more with you if you like, if you don't mind. If you don't mind teaching me some things.
She flips through your book. Are all of your spells on your character sheet?
Yes, sir.
There's not really many of your ability that I could teach you that you can't already cast. My spells seem to be simpler than yours. Though even then, most of your spells seem to already... So your spellbook already seems to contain a few of mine. I see you're a fan of lightning as well.
It's quite effective, and you have crowds of enemies.
Ooh,
who are
cozy
trying to
cabin. I'd like that one, please.
Absolutely. That one came in handy when the planes shifted and acid and honey and other things were raining down. Well, at least it provided a way to close up a cavern, anyways.
When I say her spells are more on the simple side, I mean, this is her. So these are her spells. Where are? Never mind. The list is not loading. Why is that not loading? Gosh darn it.
Whatever she allows me to, if it's not loading up for whatever reason, it's okay. We can move on. I'll just, whatever she allows me to inscribe into my book, or whatever she wants my spell book, she can take, and I can just do the stuff in between sessions.
Okay, I'll send them to you after session, but it's like dark vision, darkness, fireball, flight, web,
Regardless,
haste.
more spells on my spell book, more tools.
Yep.
Tools are tools.
Okay. Um,
All right. So at the end of the 2 years,
So just we took another 2 years, or is this
no, we
another
need
year
another
that's
year for
elapsed
the
since
ship
the
to get
last?
finished. First
Well,
year
I mean,
was
we had
researching.
no. I'm just asking, just so I
This
can
is
so I
total
can
2
add them.
years.
this is total 2 years at the moment.
Okay. Sorry, just so I can add another so I can add another year to my age. That's all.
Have we gained any XP apart from the prep from the passive?
Right, did that end up posting? I don't remember getting an ad about it.
No, it
Did
didn't.
the
No, you
and the
didn't.
alignment chart
You
didn't go up
didn't.
either.
No.
Because that has the
not
potential
easy.
to like actually give Kevin something to do.
I mean, can also give me a level.
Me too. Me too.
Well, 1 power bonus XP.
Levels. Everyone wants XP. XP.
Well, I know what I'm fixing after the session.
Alas, I will have to wait for level 9.2.
So I believe I need almost another year to finish the ship.
Yes.
And how is our progress on the gunpowder?
It is slow, but there's progress being made.
Are we reaching any sort of partial success within this next year as a nation?
So there has been 3 partial success so far out of 9.
Okay, and we're able to. Okay, so we might
So
get
just quickly grabbing
almost
what the
all the
partial
way there.
successes were. Okay, so one of them was the creature is likely one. Sorry, not the creature. The substance is likely produced from a plant or creature that can consume or emit fire. The second one is the creature, substance, and/or plant is naturally resistant to acid. And the third one was the creature and/or plant is a long-lived creature.
Okay, well, mystery solved. So we're not gonna find.
You just went really quiet for me. Hello?
Oh well, we carry on.
Hello?
I
Ah,
didn't
we
catch
can hear you now.
anything you said.
Then another question. We sold the old engine for the town to reproduce it. I imagine that drove up glass prices.
Actually, glass prices have only increased slightly, mostly because they actually haven't gotten to the part where they're building the engines yet. They're building a
What do you
fleet of
know?
ships
We
at the
have a
moment.
load of glass.
But yes, prices of glass will be going up in the next 8 months or so. Not long before you finish a ship. But Fortunately, within time to sell all of the glass and make a fortune from it.
Have I been disconnected?
Can you not
Can you
hear us
hear
again?
us? Did that fix it?
Yes.
Cool.
So we heard you. You couldn't hear us.
Okay.
So,
Well,
basically, glass prices haven't gone up that much now, but that's only because the fleet of ships is under construction. In the next 3 to 4 months, probably 3 to 8 months actually, glass prices will be significantly rising as they get to the point where they're constructing the engines, or well, the engine rooms.
okay.
You won't be finishing
Well,
the ship for about 10 months, which gives you a great opportunity to sell it at about 3 times market value.
Awesome. We'll wait for that.
All right.
I guess I'll do a. Can I do the yearly check but apply it to the 10 months? Just so I don't have to do 10 rolls.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 42.
Cat, get off my head.
Also, is it possible for me to finish the kind of the battery part not last, so we can have it charged up by the time it's completed?
It's actually really quick to charge the battery. It doesn't hold a massive amount. So,
Oh,
for example, Nia can fill it up over a weekend.
okay.
Actually, I think any of the wizards in the party can fill it up over a weekend. It requires specifically arcane magic to fuel it.
All right. But we have a good supply of wizards.
Yep, I believe it holds 20 first level spell slots.
And how far can we go on 21st level spell slots?
That's about 4 hours worth of fuel. At full speed.
What's our full speed?
120 feet around.
Okay. What would be the sailing speed if we took the ocean? What sails?
About 20 feet. 30 feet.
Okay, so it's a lot faster.
I think your ship was what was that? I think it was 25 or 35 feet.
Yeah, 35, I think, with Steve.
Yep.
Okay, so we can go really fast, but we can also just sail if we need to.
So, full speed, it lasts about 4 hours on full charge. That being said, you can cruise for 8 hours at half speed. Sorry, no, you actually get further the less. A half speed is basically the most optimal one to travel at.
Cool. Here's a question. What if we are in air, yeah? We use the magic to be in the air, but then we use an alternate means of forward propulsion. Like we can still use the sail or maybe a propeller powered by slime.
Sails might work, but a propeller doesn't generate the force necessary for this sort of thing.
Okay. So theoretically, we can go even further if the wind is in the right direction, if we use the sail in there.
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
That being said, the
Separating the
ship
battery
doesn't
will be the
actually
next
have
step.
sails. The 4 suspension pillars were used for... where is that?
I would have wanted to have sails because we need. Yeah.
Sorry, you cut out then for me.
I mean, we kind of need sails, so we can go on sea as well, because we can't constantly fly.
That's why you guys... that's why you had the slime engine put in.
So we have the slime engine.
Yeah, that's on deck 4.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Just because there's no room on the upper deck for there to be sails. It was kind of one or the other in terms of the magical propulsion.
Okay, that's fine then.
Alright. The ship has 3000 HP. Actually, I can give you guys access to the character sheet for it.
So how long at half speed can we go?
It is 10 hours at 30 feet. Sorry, 60 feet
That is
around.
okay.
I was looking
Not
at the
that
old
much
ship.
further.
Like the old ship before you made the whole bunch of modifications to it.
So on half speed, it only goes an extra
2 hours.
hour. No, but considering the speed is half, it's only like an extra hour worth.
Well, yeah.
Not that much more efficient.
Considering you guys can actually keep the ship fueled at full, like all of just the spellcasters you've got on board can keep the ship at 100% fuel constantly while traveling the full speed, it's not going to be an issue. But if you guys ever get down to, let's say, 1 wizard on board the ship, then that's when you'd have to worry about it. I think even with just 2, you'd be fine. And you've got, I believe, 3. 3.5.
And this is the numbers with using platinum for efficiency.
Yes.
Now, you said this is storing spells and spell slots into this battery to power the ship, right?
Yes, arcane magic.
So, how would that affect if we decided to do constant travel by recharging it? How would that affect each of the spellcaster's abilities to actually participate in any encounters?
Well, they would have to spend 1 first level spell slot. A second level spell slot counts as 2 for fueling it. A third counts as 3. A fourth counts as 4 for fueling it. And they get back 1 I believe it's one of each or one of the lowest. No, one of each up to half of their maximum each rest. And then
Short rest?
each regular rest, and then a long rest they get their full stuff back. So it
So
shouldn't
basically,
shouldn't necessarily impact you guys all that much at all.
They might be down a few spell slots, but not significantly, depending
Yeah.
on when it happens.
It's basically 2 spell slots per person or 3rd level equivalent per day.
so first,
even if it's
second, third.
Even if it comes to combat, like the real damaging spells are like our fifth and sixth rank. Expending first or second level spell slots isn't that huge to actually lose out on because you don't get damage out of them. Those are usually get turned into utility spells, basically.
Oh, that's fair. I just figured it needed to be asked.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's gonna be hard. I was thinking about that too. It's gonna be hard to actually keep the ship relatively like constantly going like that, but regardless, I dig it.
Well,
Alright, there's also room for 8 cannons on board of the ship. And the ship is capable of opening up the bottom of itself to fire 2 cannons downwards.
yes.
It's not really firing those cannons, it's kind of just dropping... I can't remember what they're called, but they're basically a cannonball with a rope coming out of it that's burning. Basically a grenade.
A bomb.
We're not bombing cities, Saba, okay? Just want to make that clear.
Are
Yeah,
we
I
not
agree.
bombing cities?
Funny,
Why
you should
don't-
mention that, Nilvarius.
Nilvaris, you're a master alchemist, right?
I'm
Would
not
you
a
be
master
as
alchemist.
would you be oh you're the best alchemist I know. Would you be so kind as to make me some napalm?
No.
I don't know the recipe for making that.
Sabo,
I can
it's
make
a
some
good thing you're
fireboxes,
Russian and not
but-
German.
Let's see. I have firebox. It's the only destructive thing that I have. It's a third level formula. That's all I got. But each firebox does 46 damage.
Excellent.
So,
Make as many of those
and
as you can.
each one only costs 10 gold pieces to make worth of materials. He's not actually gonna. Maybe you have to actually convince him to do that, I guess.
I mean, I can make them myself. It's not like I
Yeah,
can't craft.
I'm pretty sure you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could make them too.
Yeah, the pre-made one's not quite right, it's not using the automatic thing, but that's fine for now. Alright. It also has 4 ballistas for long range attacks.
Perfect.
It's important to note that the ship doesn't have any redundancies for if a system goes down. So if you lose one of the 8 systems, you don't have that system until you've got it restored. So if you lose the propulsion system, you will start falling out of the air until it's restored. There's no way to easily fit another one of those onto the ship without you having to basically construct an entire secondary system for it.
Yeah. We don't necessarily want to take this ship into fights. But I suppose that we should put some extra focus on making sure that the critical systems are protected.
Alright, can I get the craft check for the ship now, Sabo? Let's see how high you can get this ship's tier.
Okay. So I'm definitely using all of my bonuses.
I assume most people here are spending stuff on upgrading this.
Do I have somebody giving me aid?
I can provide aid. I have plus 27, so I can provide aid. Since
Yeah,
he's done with his research, he
to
would be able to
provide
help you with.
to provide aid, you'd need to be there at all time. I guess I'm hiring someone to provide aid.
Okay. This is
One of the
I'm assuming this is the final. This is the final craft check for the entire like thing that you've done. Then yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Hey. So.
Do you have a theme you can use?
Yes. We use a theme. I use a theme.
Alright.
Great call. I don't have a theme.
Oh, I've got one. Let me go grab it.
I mean, I don't have the resource
I
theme. I
really
can
need
use
to see
10
what he comes up
inspirations
with
though.
here.
I can use a destiny moment. Use 10 inspirations for this, I guess. It's me very low on inspirations.
Wait, you're low on inspirations? I thought you had a ton after all the Christmas stuff.
Those inspirations were given to Shade.
Yeah.
And Shade shared them with Baldrin and Ivy, and that is how they all managed to survive.
Correct.
I got you. I understand. I got you.
So and then on this character, I used the DM question for that spent not a crap ton of inspirations on that. So I'm low.
What did he have to wander away and grab for a theme?
I hope I'll be able to hear it, or do I have to switch on the stream?
It should play in Discord, theoretically.
Do I get the for aid +2 or +4?
I believe 8 is +2 if I'm not mistaken.
It depends if it's success or critical success. Can someone be giving me guidance as well? Would that and
Flurry
also
can be.
what level? Okay, would that be a +1
I
or a
believe that's
+2?
+2 at this stage.
Does someone want to give me a +5 from inspiration, please?
Absolutely. I'm gonna
Thank you.
step away. I'll be right back.
I think this is all I can do. I would not have food constantly on me because crafting fancy food for a whole 2 years is a bit much. Well, I think this 72, I think, is the maximum I can get it to. I didn't show the formula.
Sorry, I am back.
Found it.
What's that 70? What's that 72 you rolled?
Auto crit, so it's 20 plus 10. 27 is my bonus. 3 circumstance bonus from investigator.
So theme is no longer auto crit, it's +20.
So you still roll. You add 20
You roll,
from-
but you add 20 to the roll.
Oh, so we can do advantage as well. Okay, let me do it this way then. Let me just roll the 2d20s and then I'll do the bonuses. I get the advantage from Lucky Crafting. 18. 18 is good.
18 is good. So plus your bonus of 27.
So it's going to be 18 plus 27 plus 20 for theme.
Yep.
Plus 3 from investigator, plus 3 from crafting tools, plus 2 from 8, plus 2 from guidance, plus 5 from inspiration. 90.
Does anyone know what the command is for play song? Never mind. It's just /play.
Legendary Bard isn't really.
Yeah, are we supposed to be hearing something right now or not yet?
No, YouTube blocked it.
Oh.
This is what I get for not writing my own bot. Fucking DMCA takedowns.
Didn't you usually use the jockey music with the M exclamation mark command?
Let's give that a go. Yes, it seems so. YouTube videos are no longer supported. Well, that's mildly frustrating. I'm going to have to make my own bot this week. This is
There
what I
must
was going
be
to have play
plenty of
though.
Music bots available.
Yeah, whenever I find one though, it gets taken down because YouTube does not like people doing that.
I see.
I just posted in session memes the one that I was playing though.
Okay, so where does 90 get us?
All right. I believe that is +2 quality.
And I have a 3+1 on top of it.
Yep, so that moves it to +3. Now, is the hull made out of wood?
I'm not sure. Would it make sense to make the hull out of something else?
Well, you could make it out of black mithril.
Do we have enough? I don't
You,
think we do.
you need 1,500 pounds to make a hull out of black mithril.
Oh, we do have enough. Let's do it then.
It's a rather thin hull, but because it's mithril, it's strong enough.
Well, it's going to be stronger than the wood, and it's going to give it.
All
Breaking
right.
it out again, Sabo.
So it's base 5, 5 and 14 is 19, 19 and 10 is 29.
And we still haven't figured out what the difference between black mithril and mithril is, right?
So far, no.
Because, I mean, for reference, we've crafted a weapon, armor, and shield, and it's appeared
And a
no
ship.
difference. And now a ship. To be fair, we don't know the difference of ship yet, if there is one.
So,
I mean,
what was the 29 thing?
29 is just its base AC.
And what would have been with wood?
26.
Okay. Well,
The important thing is the hardness. The hardness is its damage reduction.
okay. Hardness is better, I'm assuming.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Substantially
Is it-
so.
Is it ignoring the cost and the XP required? Can then the hull actually be magically like enchanted? Also, technically, could you
Yes.
actually do that and make it?
You can magically
tougher?
enchant the ship.
I'm assuming that'd be an astronomical price in terms of gold and XP, but I'm just generally asking the question.
It depends what you're trying to enchant it with.
Well, we're going to have lots of time for upgrading it, yes.
I was just
James?
curious about making it generally tougher.
Stupid question.
Stupid answer.
In my hands, would the ship count as a shield?
No.
Dang it. Because in my hands, shields gain reinforcing runes.
Hence why I was so confident the answer was no.
Yep.
Just
What are
to hug the ship.
What are reinforcing runes? What do they do?
It just buffs AC.
I believe that gives
Oh.
+1 for each one.
And then also just takes the HP of the thing and just sends it skyrocketing.
So what you're saying is maybe in the future, maybe putting runes me applying fortification runes on it might be something
Oh
that
yeah.
we might upgrade.
So like, for example, my shield with its lesser reinforcing rune in my hands has 76 HP. Without the rune, it's got 24.
All I'm hearing is the goal is that we want to make this ship tough enough that we can ram like a fucking dragon or something and the ship not take any damage. That's all I'm
Why
hearing.
don't
is the
we
goal.
not ram anything with the ship?
I'm just
How
I'm just thinking out
about
loud.
What you want to put is Slayer, and you want to put Dragon Slayer on it, and then you want to ram it into dragons. Alright, but with that, I think that's a good spot to end.